Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to the channel. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Some exciting news today, I think, to stir some conversation, if not anything else. Blancpain actually released another Act 3, for the 70th anniversary of the 50 Fathoms. Let us pull that up and talk a little bit about it. Most people seem to like it. It has, I think it checks a lot of the right boxes. Pose, my short review was close but not cigar, and I think I'm gonna stick to that. Um, Gisbert Brunner, the German watch journalist and author, came down very harsh on it, especially considering the price point. And I can't necessarily disagree, but let's go back a little bit and consider what actually happened for the 70th anniversary of Blancpain, whose claim to being the first modern dive watch has been dissected, dismantled, and completely sandpacking by friend of the channel Jose Perez recently. If you were checking his Periscope Instagram account or his website, he wrote a lot about it. He published a lot of different details on his Instagram account, on his Instagram stories, as to how Blancpain is doing everything to scramble the timeline a little bit. In either case, it is the 70th anniversary of the dive watch that Jean-Jacques Fichter designed. He himself departed last year, and the watch that he poetically named 50 Fathoms after that famous verse in The Tempest. The first act was a limited edition series for the three different markets with um, with limited numbers, 42 millimeters in diameter, 70 piece for each market, and those markets, I believe, were um, the Americas, Europe, and Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. Feel free to correct me. Um, this was a piece that mostly preserved the aesthetics of the contemporary watch. Let's put it this way: the aesthetics of the 50 Fathoms that was revived on the 50th anniversary of the design, and has been actually a um, pretty successful model for the brand, even though it has come under scrutiny and it has become subject of criticism because of its size, because of its uh, excessive size and girth, so to speak. And Blancpain has been aware of that as a sticking point, if not necessarily an issue. You can recognize that every time they make a special edition, every time they make a limited run, it's almost always in the reduced case size. So clearly they know what people actually want. Clearly they know what people are actually complaining about. But it's one of those things, it's one of those brands that refuse to give the collectors what they actually want. Just to play the devil's advocate for a minute, obviously, Blancpain is also aware that their watches sell way below retail on the secondary markets. Even some of the more popular models, like the 50 Fathoms. So clearly, when they want to produce something that could have some kind of an appeal to collectors, they do want to keep that as a limited run. The Act 2 was actually a more professional grade instrument genre dive watch in the Tech Gombessa, which derives from actually the Gombessa project led by Laurent Balesta, and it had a very unique complication of measuring up to 3 hour of an immersion time. An instrument watch designed for saturation diving more than anything, and with a unique case design that integrates it into the rubber band. Also, in all fairness, they also did not count the Blancpain Swatch collaboration, the Thrifty Fathoms collaboration, as an act within their own releases, which I don't know. I don't know if that says anything about the eternal rivalry between Nick Hayek, who is the Swatch CEO, and Mark Hayek, who is actually the CEO for Blancpain. Act 1 was in stainless steel, 42 millimeters. Act 2, the Tech Gombessa, is a mammoth-like watch in titanium. I believe it was 47 millimeters. As you can see, it's a rather thick piece as well, nearly 15 millimeters to be specific. They also made a blue version of that Act 1 watch, for only watch, which, by the way, is a beautiful piece. I had a chance to take a quick look at it, even though I didn't really get a video out of it at the Only Watch exhibition. And now they have finally released Act 3, which may well be the last episode, the last in the series. This clearly takes inspiration from the history of mil-spec pieces, military watches, timepieces made to military specifications, going back all the way to late 50s. Of course, the development of the watch itself was for professionals, was for frogmen at any rate within the French Navy. But these mil-spec watches are perhaps also distinguished by the moisture indicator, that funky half circle, half moon kind of mark that you are seeing at 6 o'clock, which was, of course, proposed as an additional safety feature uh, whose purpose was to provide divers with the confirmation that the watch had not been damaged or had perhaps been compromised in terms of its water tightness, in terms of its seals. In fact, it's really something that is very specific to military supplied pieces, because think of it like this: you're issued a watch for a particular mission, which you have to hand back in at the end of that mission, at the end of that posting. So the quartermaster takes the watch back, and that moisture indicator at 6 o'clock is a handy way of confirming whether uh, the water tightness, whether the seals of the watch had been compromised. Because ultimately, of course, if you did own the watch yourself, if you did um, have the watch on your person at all times, or at least for an extended period of time, you could probably tell what happened to the watch, if there's any potential damage, if water or moisture somehow made inroads into the case. You could have at least some semblance of sense about that. Obviously, the quartermaster can't, having been handed the watch. So that's a fast way, that's a quick way of letting quartermaster know what may have happened with the watch. This one, again, characteristic to that look, does not have crown guards. It is presented on a NATO strap with a nice regimental strip that runs through it and matches the black and gold tones of the case. The superluminova material that is used on the dial has been made to look aged, and I think in a very tasteful manner. I have to admit, it doesn't look tacky at all. I actually adore the old school font that they used for Blancpain. The 50 fathoms is always stylized, so that doesn't make much of a difference. The domed crystal really accentuates that particular vintage inspired feel. And again, they use the ceramic bezel insert to perhaps achieve that kind of flat, unexaggerated look. As you guys know, the revival of the Blancpain 50 Fathoms for the last 2 decades has a very characteristic domed sapphire bezel insert, which I think is a beautiful thing, but it could have been perhaps out of place for the particular feeling, for the specific design cues of this watch. What I, of course, absolutely adore about the watch is the absence of the date wheel, because there's absolutely no need for it on a dive watch, on any watch for that matter, right? Everyone complains about having to set the date right. The great thing of no date watches, the great thing about time only pieces, two handers, three handers, is that they never get the date wrong. So Blancpain 50 Fathoms Act 3 is specifically a watch like that. This watch being released on the 70th anniversary of the design commemorates some of those mil spec pieces that have been supplied the French, American, Israeli, and even Norwegian and German forces. This piece is even smaller, um, close to the original, or even faithful, I should say, to the original proportions, 41.30 millimeters in diameter. And its thickness is barely over 13 millimeters, 13.3. And unlike many of the smaller sized, unlike many of the reduced sized modern 50 fathoms Blancpain produced, it actually has the real movement, which is essentially a no date version of the 1151. The 1154 basically beats at 3 hertz and offers a power reserve of 100 hours. $21,600 semi oscillations per hour. That's another great aspect of the watch. I actually even like the material that is chosen for it. I think having it outright in bronze could have been great, but we will come back to that. They have gone for an alloy, bronze gold in 9 karat gold, gave it all an all satin brushed finish, which really emphasizes that uh, historically faithful, vintage inspired specificities of the piece. That's neo vintage aesthetic of the piece. However, that I feel has been used to justify the price point as well at for this 555 piece limited edition. The price has been set at 32,000 US dollars, which feels like a little much for an interesting alloy of a gold watch served up on a NATO strap. You guys remember how critical people were of Tudor's 18K Black Bay 58 and its price point, they have been justly subject to criticism for releasing the Black Bay 58 18K. Um, that piece, I think, currently retails for close to 18K as it happens, but was, when it was first released, I think a little less, about 1,000 cheaper. I think it was 16,800 rather than 17,800, 18,000 that it is now. So I find it a little, a little much in terms of the price point. Um, does it really matter because it's a limited edition? Probably not. All in all, I think, again, close but no cigar. I think they should have finally offered everybody a chance to get something close to the historical origins of the watch in stainless steel or in titanium, somewhere up to $15,000. I think that would have pleased a lot of enthusiasts. That would have pleased a lot of freaks like us who want something that exudes that true blue tool watch feeling. And we're also ready to pay the premium, but perhaps not to this extent. Um, I hope Act 4 opens this up, because for me, democratization is not about making plastic copies of your watch. It is about producing designs that remain faithful to the legacy of your brand at price points that are reasonable, that coincide with the value of your products, not only today, but also for quite some time to come. And Blancpain watches just don't trend well, have never trended well on the secondary market. So it feels a little bit too niche, a little bit too precious to release a 30K plus watch in US dollars for a 555 piece limited edition. I wanted to share with you some more pieces that I had a chance to put up on Instagram. By the way, please do follow me on Instagram. And while you're at it, hit the like button. As you guys know, I was at Christie's in Beverly Hills for a preview of the watches, the 63 lots that are coming up for auction at Only Watch, the 2023 edition on November 5th. For those who might not know, Only Watch is a charity event that comes around every other year. It's been established by Luc Petavino, uh, who whose own son have suffered from this particular disease, specifically to benefit um, the research on Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and the entire horological industry comes together to present each a very unique, often quite innovative piece. Sometimes a couple of brands come together to present a watch together, which I think is both a great show of goodwill effort, but also um, really a platform for a very unique meeting of minds. I think there are some great examples of that at Only Watch 22, the MBNF Moza Pandemonium chiming watch in a streamliner case has been the talk of town. Not necessarily my favorite, I have to admit, but one of my favorites, perhaps my absolute favorite out of everything, was in fact a collaboration, which was this beautiful time only piece that brought together Théo Offray of Paris with the dynamic duo Gaël Peterman and Florian Bédin. And of course, you can very much consider the Barbier Müller as a collaboration as well, namely between Stéphane Barbier Müller and François Paul Jaune, since the watch has the FB Jaune caliber 1304 and has a case that is also been produced in Les Cadranières Genève, FB Jaune's case maker. And of course, there are also crazy pieces like this special version, one-of-a-kind version of the Joker watch by Konstantin Chaikin called Stargazer, which has 16 complications, including sunrise and sunset times, a zodiac calendar, a tourbillon, a retrograde week day indicator, a discrete moon phase, a traditional moon phase indicator. I mean, you can go on and on. One of the pieces that was really aesthetically pleasant to me was this one-of-a-kind version of Crayon Anywhere, which is technically the less complicated version of this innovative design and complication by Rémi Maya, I think is the name of the designer. I'm sorry if I butchered the name there. Yeah, Rémi Maya, who had worked at Cartier as a complication specialist, if I'm not mistaken. And he has two models in Crayon, both implementing this unique peripheral sun complication that's in the model that you're seeing here. Anywhere is adjusted for a specific latitude by the watchmaker to indicate daylight times, sunrise and sunset. And there's another model that is a little more complicated, where I believe the user can actually adjust the latitude for different parts of the Earth, for different locations, which sounds even more enticing. But this particular model is a unique version of Anywhere, which also has here at 6 o'clock a crosshair style subdial, which shows the pointer date and within it also the month. And of course, essentially around the center of the dial, there's a sun that travels, which serves as a very specific kind of a day and night indicator. And the center of the dial itself is uh, a micro painting inspired by a neo-impressionistic Belgian painter by the name Theo, uh, what was it? Theo van Risselberghe, I think. And it's a particular art of pointillism, which is a technique that involves using tiny dots of various colors, which, of course, coming together gets uh, blended in the eye of the viewer. And it's even better in person, but I think even in this camera shot, you can see how that center dial pulls you in as if it is the iris of a dial, of an eye, I meant. In this particular example, unique for the manufacturer, the case is for the first time titanium that is high polished, and the bridge plates of the movement are fashioned out of German silver, hence their champagne-like tint. And I think there is an interesting aesthetic to the watch that is quite calming, like Zen, because I find that particular pattern of decoration on the bridge plates, which is neither straight nor entirely circular, quite similar to the tilling of Japanese dry gardens, like Zen gardens, in an art that's called Samon or Hokime. Uh, I I really like this watch. I mean, it's a very beautiful piece. It also has a kind of function that's exactly, you know, that makes you think, why has no one thought of this before? Why has no one implemented this before? Because this is really a complication that could be of even better use, of even more significant use to a lot more people than a moon phase indicator. You might even argue that it's more useful than a chronograph. Of course, chronographs always look very cool and incredibly masculine, but you get the point. So I really thought there was something quite uh, stunning about this watch, and it really shines that uh, as a piece of design that's very holistic, where you have both the front and the back of the watch kind of conversing with each other, one almost seemingly depicting different scenes from nature, whether it might be the clear blue skies or kind of an aquarium like um, swath of the ocean with the serenity of uh, the sand in a dry garden on the back, or even not necessarily a dry garden, but it might just be a beautiful nice sandy shore as well. It's really a beautiful piece. In an age where a lot of the legacy brands really um, throw their designs together, based on what they have in their archive, what kind of complications are popular, and what kind of models or designs are popular, right? Kind of like the Aquanaut Luce annual calendar that Patek released last year. I mean, let's just quickly compare the two watches, just so we have a good idea of how meaningful having a good design actually is. I mean, look at this watch where everything is carefully thought out, where you have a unique complication that frames the center of the dial, which is actually itself a thing of beauty. And then you have the Aquanaut 5261R, which is the reduced size Aquanaut with the annual calendar complication. And it absolutely, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why do we have a date window if there are subdials for both the month and the day of the week? Why not make that a subdial as well, especially because you have eliminated the number 6 anyways. So you could have used that and achieved some sort of balance with the moon phase indicator too, no? Minimally. And again, if you are gonna have 3 subdials, so to speak, the aperture for the moon phase indicator at 12 and the 2 subdials, why are they designed like that? Like why does the 6 disappear and the 12 is cut off? Right? Just shift things a little upwards, eliminate both 12 and 6, and have a pointer date, have a subdial for the date indicator as well, and you can have something of a balanced look. If you want, eliminate all the quarters, right? Use the Arabic numerals for every other number except for 12, 3, 6, and 9, which will be covered up by, respectively, the moon phase indicator, the day of the week, pointer dates, and the month. Why not, right? Give it some thought. Don't just slap in a complication in a case that you already have, right? And then cut out sections from the dial. That's not how design is supposed to be. I really feel like the horological industry is one of the worst when it comes to this particular problem. I don't think you can get away with these sorts of phoned in chop shop kind of work in any other industry. I mean, people who know cars much better can probably show me already, 12 different designs at will that will prove me wrong. But when I look at examples of design around me, from smartphones to other electronic devices to cars, rarely do I see such shoddy work in any other industry than the Swiss horological industry. And we are looking at not any other brand, right? This is Patek. It's supposed to be one of the big boys. You might say it is the big boy in the industry, right? It might sell just a fraction of watches and cannot possibly compete with Rolex in terms of sales numbers, but it's supposed to be the uh, supreme leader of complications, the um, high chancellor of elegance and whatever else. And this is the design that they put forward in year 2023. It's really a shame, but that's precisely why people increasingly migrate to independent watchmakers, right? It's not only about the access, it's not only about the personal connections that people desire in having these sorts of very special and specialized works that resemble as really miniature pieces of art on the wrist. It's also not only, I think, because of sometimes the price point they can offer, because that's increasingly no longer the case, right? A lot of independent watch brands nowadays enter the market with 6-digit watches and above. But it's because every single piece an independent brand releases is a fresh start that has to be carefully thought out, that has to be designed inside and out in a calculated manner, in a caring fashion, because they cannot take anything for granted. And they also don't have to satisfy various committees and the egos of God knows how many dozens of people are involved in a single watch design. And they also have the lightness of having certain expectations removed from them, right? Sometimes it's great to have an iconic design or an iconic model, right? We constantly say that Rolex's catalog is full of icons. Other brands would be lucky to have a second icon because, when people think of AP, for better or worse, no one thinks of any other watch than the Royal Oak. When you say Jaeger-LeCoultre, the first and perhaps the only watch that comes to mind is the Reverso. When you say Cartier, then we are cooking with oil, then we're cooking with rice, right? Because they do have actually a number of icons. The Santos, of course, the original native wristwatch for men. Uh, the various iterations and riffs on the tank design, on the rectangular watch design. But that resource, what is a blessing, can quickly become a curse because you are always expected to bring a fresh, hot model that uses that same design year in, year out. If not this year, next year. Um, every product cycle, someone will keep asking you, but why is there not a new Coke GMT Master? I like the red and black. I want the new Coke GMT. I want so that kind of thing can quickly become a burden. Independent brands don't have to deal with that, right? Of course, the ones that are established, that have been in existence for more than 2 decades now, like F. Bejon, for example, started really having their own icons and maybe the dynamic for those kinds of brands will quickly change in the next couple of decades, but that's another conversation altogether. I also had a chance to, for the first time, come close to a Sylvain Pinot origine. This is the pièce unique, the one-of-a-kind example that he made for only watch. As you guys know, Sylvain Pinot, even though he's not necessarily a young watchmaker, has been one of the emergent talents among independent makers. He won the Horological Revelation prize last year in the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, the grand prize from Geneva. And I think this is a watch that really shows you why, because we use this platitude all the time, right? The camera doesn't quite capture the beauty of this watch, whether we are talking about a photograph or a video. But when you are holding in your hands something that is so beautifully, so finely finished inside and out, even the shoddy camera of my iPhone 12 captured it quite beautifully. That case is so stunningly presented in high polish, and it frames a dial that leans hard on legibility, because it's not only been set off center, but it also sits on this cartouche, so to speak, that is itself black polished, which frames those two-tone dials with a guilloche center for the hour and minutes in such a stunning manner. And you can see, as I turn the watch around, you can see how that's basically emerges as a black polished frame in the same way that the stainless steel screws are here on the movement and also on the dial side, right? You see how that turns into black, just like the screws. And when I was seeing it in the picture, I didn't quite understand why he used an heat blued balance bridge. But now that I had a chance to take a look at the watch in person with all these different shades of blue on the dial, especially on the hour track and the sub dial for the seconds, the heat blued hands for the hour, minutes, and seconds, the heat blued balance bridge, and how that plays with the black polished elements from the stainless steel screws, the dial cartouche, and the twin bridges for the escape wheel and the pallet lever. Things finally come together. They finally fall into place. Right? These are the black polished bridges, by the way, for the escapement wheel and the pallet lever. And you see how they are distinguished from that heat blued and hand finished balance bridge. And I think that exposed balance wheel look is just perfect for this watch as well. I think the Origine is a great time only watch, offers again a lot of originality and a lot of balance in terms of its design. It's been criticized for uh, this use of negative space, so specifically that empty space on the back where the balance wheel would be, of course, in a traditionally laid out movement. But I actually like it, right? Especially um, the way it's finished, and the way it's used really as a kind of plaque, carrying both the signature of the maker and I believe also the number of your watch, of the movements as well, when you actually order something from, when you order this watch from Sylvain Pinot. Yeah, I think that negative space actually looks pretty good, if you ask me. Um, it has kind of a decorative aspect to it, almost like a medallion like aspect to it, with its finishes, the jewel at the very center, and the signature of the maker. I think it just makes sense. This was another stunning watch. Um, as of last year, I think um, these pieces were listing around 65,000 in Swiss francs. I don't know if Pinot raised the prices at all, but the the pre-auction estimate was 70 to 100,000 Swiss francs. So I'm guessing maybe the price has been raised to 70,000. Hopefully not. But I feel this is one independent maker who most certainly is deserving of all the praise he has been getting recently. All right, I will take a quick break to get something cold to drink again. We are looking at the important watches auction coming up at Sotheby's Hong Kong on October 7th, in about 2 weeks' time. I posted the link to the chats. So if you have any questions, if you would like me to take a closer look at any of the lots, feel free to send in the number with a super chat, uh, or send any other watch related questions in the same way. And I'll be more than happy to address it for you. I'm happy to jump ahead, jump back, uh, change gears on the conversation, no problem whatsoever. And as you guys know, all proceeds from September 12th to October 12th are actually uh, going in their entirety to UNICEF, being earmarked and designated for children in Morocco and Libya who have suffered from the recent natural disasters, the floods in Libya, and before that, the earthquake in Morocco. As you guys know, I raised, with your help, some money for Syria and Turkey in the aftermath of the earthquake that we experienced earlier in the year. So I hope we can do the same this time around. I'll be right back to cover this auction for you. Just give me 1 second and hit the like button while you're at it. All right, I'm back. I'm back. We're looking at the upcoming important watches auction at Sotheby's Hong Kong. This is going to be a live auction on October 7th, starting at 10 a.m. local time. I believe they have some viewings scheduled for the auction in Hong Kong. Starting actually going on now, and with further exhibitions coming up in the lead up to the auction, the week of the auction, so to speak. And we were looking at lot number 2. which is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from the recently discontinued edition, a pink gold on the Oyster Flex with a ceramic bezel. This is the 116515 LN. Probably one of my least favorites, but I still like the Oyster Flex treatment, so to speak, especially because of the way it uh, has this interplay between the black of the Oyster Flex band that uh, plays with the ceramic bezel, that in its turn plays with the chronograph registers on the dial. I think that's pretty cool. And really, I think that really shows not only that the Oyster Flex is kind of a toned down treatment of the precious metal versions of these sports watches, but also as if it is like an execution, like a modern execution of the two tone aesthetic in a way. And this was something that was first phrased in this way and that was pointed out to me by Aussie Expats, of course, of Aussie Expat watches. Do check out his channel. He is always one of the featured channels, as you guys know, on my YouTube channel at any rate. But now that it came up, please do subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches too if you like. I posted the link here. Hey Eddie, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. And he says Oyster Flex Daytona looks mighty fine. Yeah, I think it's a great aesthetic, and those watches look pretty good. You know, in real life, they're extremely wearable. I have in the past mentioned that I miss the examples of these that used to be furnished with leather straps, but that's just a personal preference. And I think, honestly, of all the different Rolex watches, I still haven't experienced the new Daytona series, but of all the Rolex watches, I think up until 2023, if there was a candidate for that treatment, uh, you know, to take the bracelet off and match the watch with a leather band, that was the Daytona, owing to its proportions, which are actually much more traditional, much more conservative compared to basically every other model, every other design in the Rolex catalog. Oops. So maybe there's not much reason to actually miss the leather band alternative to the Oyster Flex, because you can practically give that treatment to a lot of the neo vintage and even contemporary Daytonas. And like Eddie says, the Oyster Flex versions look mighty fine at any rate. This is lot 2102 with a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 25,500 to almost 45,000 in US dollars. Hey, the awesome Pawan, how are you doing, man? Nice to see all the great people in the chat. Feel free to say hi, even if you don't have any questions. You guys know, by the way, that as our fundraising effort is going on, I'm also trying to reward the people who contribute. So the first and last super chats of every live stream get entered into a raffle where I'm giving away another one of the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaborations from last year. This one with the blue dial, a sibling of my watch, of my personal example, which has a blue dial as well. It's a great watch. I've already given away 3 of them. I look forward to giving away the 4th. So the first and last last super chat, super sticker of every live stream gets a number to the raffle. The winner to be decided on that same live stream after October 12th, where we make the donation live by a Google random number generator. There's a 116500 LN, a Panda, so to speak, with the white dial, therefore, and the black ceramic bezel. Lunette Noire, as the reference has it. That piece comes with its box and papers and has a very similar estimated value, 25,500 roughly, to a little more than 38,000 in US dollars. $2104 is actually one of my personal favorites. The 5-digit reference, the original self-winding Daytona, the original Rolex sports chronograph with the automatic movement, namely the caliber 4030 built on the base of the Zenith El Primero caliber 400. You know what I like most about this particular generation that was produced from 1988 to 2000 is the perfect visual balance on the dial. You see how those chronograph registers at 3 and 9 sit so perfectly balanced with and aligned to the crown. Everything is so perfectly laid out. And this particular example has the case back sticker intact, and it looks like it is in a very nicely preserved condition when you look at the case and the bracelet. But it is just a naked watch, just the watch. This is lot 2104 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520, otherwise known as the Zenith Daytona or the Zenith Paul Newman, right? Sotheby's recently sold A very special one of these that once belonged to Paul Newman himself, that was actually awarded by Rolex, given by Rolex to Paul Newman with a dedicated engraving on the case back identifying Paul Newman as the Rolex Motorsports Man of the Year for 1995. Um, you might remember that Paul Newman won his own class that year at the 24 Hours of Daytona and became the oldest race car driver to win a sanctioned race. This particular example of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 16520 from around 1998 has a pre-auction estimate of roughly 20,500 to an amount in excess of 30,000 in US dollars. A relatively early version of the same watch with the black dial, where the outer rings of the chronograph registers have patinated to gain this attractive eggshell tone. The early pieces from this series, from reference 16520, are sometimes called inverted six because of the way that the six is inscribed on the 12-hour counter, because the numbers are like radially placed around the center. So the six is basically um, turned on its head and looks actually at nine, right? As if there are two nines in that register. Rolex later changed that, but in the early series, this was the case. This particular lot also presents the watch only, which looks like it is in a fine condition. And at lot 2105, it is presented with an estimated value of roughly 20,500 to an amount in excess of 30,000 US dollars. Lot 2106 is perhaps my favorite. This is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116516, which was released to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the model, and which was the first Daytona to be produced in series, executed fully in platinum. This particular piece comes with a Rolex presentation box, and apparently not much of anything else, which is interesting. Of course, the 116516 is distinguished by its ice blue dial which is a color, which is a treatment that Rolex saves, Rolex reserves for its most limited models fashioned in platinum. It also has a maroon toned ceramic bezel, Cerachrome bezel, and the chronograph, the outer rings of the chronograph register also matches that. Of course, the piece comes on its full platinum bracelet. The estimated value here is set at around $77,000 to 128,000 in US dollars. At 2107, we have the famous John Mayer, namely the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116508. This is one of the models, along with 116509, that were presented at Basel World 2016 alongside the stainless steel series that introduced ceramic, i.e., Cerachrome bezels to the Daytona. The white gold piece has a blue sunburst style, and this yellow gold piece has the green sunburst style, both with nice distinctive red accents. Um, as you guys know, John Mayer infamously presented both of those watches, namely the 116508 and 116509, in the second installment of his Talking Watches with Ben Clymer of Hodinkee, and identified this particular model as a future collectible, and things suddenly took off. In hindsight, it makes absolute sense, of course, but it was one of those moments where I think he also realized how much of a horological influencer that he has become. And that's why ever since then, Ben Clymer is absolutely desperate to find yet another John Mayer by inviting just about any and every celebrity that he brushes shoulders with into an episode of Talking Watches with their absolutely generic collections that evince no sense of thought or style behind them, and certainly no horological knowledge whatsoever, which is a shame, right? When people can afford all these nice things, and they have stylists, they have all kinds of consultants for everything else they do. How can they not educate themselves on watches is something that remains absolutely devastatingly puzzling to me. But I'm not going to belabor the point. This is lot number 2107, the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116508. It comes as a full set from around 2019 with a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 64,000 to an amount in excess of 102,000. Hey, Nick, how are you doing, man? $7. Thank you so much. Um, that enters you, of course, into the lottery as a number 9. Looking at 2110, the AP, that one looks more like your style. I can see you wearing that one, but I like the 2115 Ashmoser et Compagnie. Let's start with what you like first, and then you can. Oh yeah, I made a video on these. I I think it's already on the channel. I talk about this in one of the APs off the radar kind of piece. Let me see if I can dig that up. Because I think I did 2 series of those videos, um, kind of like non-Royal Oak APs, one with shaped watches, one with rounds watches. Okay. I think they are both member videos, maybe. Are they? No, let's see. No, the first one I actually, yeah, I made a video about this. Um, that's a very special tourbillon. Um, and let me see. I'm trying to find the specific. The specific time mark, so to speak. Um, right here. That's where I start talking about the tourbillon. So, lot 2115. This is the Moza Pioneer cylindrical tourbillon skeleton, reference 3811 1200. It's a flying tourbillon. And the flying tourbillon, as you guys know, is both harder to execute from a horological standpoint and perhaps more aesthetically pleasing, since there's no tourbillon bridge that impedes your view of the revolution. One of the beautiful things about this piece is its sportiness as well, you might say. It's a watch that has 120 meters of a depth rating of water resistance, much thanks to its screw down crown as well. A stainless steel case that scales right under 43 millimeters. So, again, quite wearable and sporty at the same time. Nice case profile and kind of a spaceship look that is exaggerated a little bit or accentuated by that domed crystal. Beautiful view on the exhibition case back, thanks to that stylized and open worked gold oscillating weight, rear view of the tourbillon cage here, the mainspring barrel, the skeletonized or open worked bridges of the movements, the off-center dial sets at 12 o'clock. I like this too, by the way, aesthetically speaking, at least. It might be a watch that's probably too large for me, but it reminds me like a more futuristic version of a retrofuturistic or a steampunk design that I really like, namely the Breguet Tradition. Of course, that's not a tourbillon, but the layout of the movement and the placement of the dial, the general symmetry of how the entire piece looks really reminds me of that Breguet Tradition. Of course, this piece has the signature fumé funky blue dial, which really pops off with those pitch black peripheries. Oh, hey, Diego.
Hey,
Good, man.
Lord, how's it going?
Nice to see you.
You too, man.
How you been? It's been a long while.
I know it has been a long while, but digging the watch talk, man. You can put that watch back up. It's a beautiful watch. I love it.
Yeah, nice. I mean, OC in the chat, Diego in the panel. What's going on? I wonder.
We were just having a little bit of an after show, and he'd mentioned that you were on, and we thought maybe we would jump on, talk some watches.
Why not? That's great.
Yeah.
Why not? As my friend Borat used to say, it's good. I like this watch. I mean, Nick was saying that I would rather probably have the AP Tourbillon, but this is not too shabby.
You know, the only thing we talked about this watch a few days ago. The only thing I don't like is the lume plots and the lume on the hands. How it's like it's raised. It almost. I don't know if that's a design element of the brand, but there's like a video view. They're pretty stout, pretty tall, but I think if you look at it on your wrist from this far away, you don't even notice that. So
yeah, I think it is a design element, but again, it's a matter of acquired taste, and I have not yet acquired that taste. I think the dial itself also has a rather domed design as well, so it's literally meant to accentuate those raised luminous materials. So you're absolutely right. I think that's by design, but not necessarily very attractive to me either. I don't like the design of the hands either, by the way.
Yeah, the lume extending beyond. I don't know. It's strange to say the least, but this whole time at 12, I think is a cool thing. I'm glad to see other brands doing it. I've kind of fallen in love with the Breguet 7027 in white gold.
Yeah,
which kind of has similar vibes. So definitely, I'm warming up to this idea of a dial layout. What? Tell me about, if you don't mind, some pieces you've acquired recently that I might not be aware of.
I have one piece that's coming on. Hey, OC is here too.
Hey, what's up, Lord? Hey, Diego. This is.
So
we were talking real quick. We were talking to Cars and Chrono earlier, and we're like, and I said, because he was talking about, I knew he was going down to South Coast Plaza for that watch time event.
Yeah,
I said, I guarantee you will bump into Lord there. And he was, and then he was on the show earlier, and he said, I went down to that event. I said, did you see Lord? He goes, yes. And he said, nothing but very nice and gracious things about you, and had a very pleasant time talking with you.
Yeah, I mean, we caught up for a little bit there, but I really, yeah, I always enjoy seeing him. It's great. And there was actually, yeah, I mean, it was a nice event. Not enough booze for my liking. They had run out of glasses by the time I made my way to the bar. Once again, I spent too much time, looking at watches.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the people make these events,
Yeah.
and the OC area, not UOC, but the
I mean,
OC area has
the
has
real
a
OC.
great watch community. Actually, I mean, there's a reason why Watch Time prefers that location rather than the downtown location, which I think they used once perhaps, and they were planning to use again. But because of COVID and some other issues, they had shifted it to OC last time, to South Coast Plaza, and I think it's a beautiful event every
Yeah.
time.
And he said that they actually they had all the boutiques open except for maybe Rolex, Patek Philippe, and AP, but all the other ones allowed you to kind of participate there.
Basically, yeah, I think Omega was closed off for a private event. There was a very big time Omega collector, with whom we went out after the fact as a group. And he was invited to wear blues, because they were kind of
75th anniversary.
event,
Yep.
yeah, around the whole series of Seamasters in the 75th anniversary. I think that was a closed event. But yeah, IWC was participating. I didn't really get to make it, but they had the Ingenieur out. Breitling was there. Of course, Tudor, Alain Gonzune, Vacheron Constantin, Chopard, Piaget,
Wow.
JLC, everything. It's that mall has some of the best selection of watch boutiques ever. I mean, it's.
I think that's the same mall that Wristwatchholic was showing us. Remember, where it was like you go to each store and you like do a task and you get a sticky note or some shit.
Yeah.
That mall was crazy. It was like everything in one place.
It's insane. It's really insane. I mean, Richemont has all the boutiques anyways, but on top of that, there's an AP boutique. There's a Patek, which I don't know who runs it, but anyways, I mean, there's a Patek boutique. There's I think the Rolex one is actually Tournon. Tudor is certainly Tournon.
Yep.
Anyway, it's great. So speaking of watches that I got, I mean, it's been a while, but I have one piece that's coming in that actually came in and I dropped. So it went back to service immediately before I could even share it.
What do you mean you dropped it? What do you mean you dropped it?
You were changing a strap, weren't you?
I had taken it off. I went into the shower. It wasn't a shower appropriate piece. I guess that's enough of a clue for now. And I put it on the towel, right? So I got out. I wanted to wipe my face. So I pulled the towel.
On the tile?
Yeah, on the marble like this.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
And, it didn't get dinged or damaged, but the movement was shot. Like I said it one day, and then the second day when I tried to set it, the entire crown came out with the stem.
Wow.
Yeah. So that piece is going to be revealed soon enough.
Jeez. Hopefully not like 3 months, because it seems like a lot of services. I mean, there's a long line, and
it's been already a month, but I think it should come back quite soon. I mean, I send it to my watchmaker here. I never send it to brands. I don't. You know me. I don't trust retail. I don't trust
Yeah.
most brands. So
Let me see if I remember what you got. You got the Polar Explorer 2.
yes, sir.
You've got and I don't remember the reference, but 1680 Submariner.
No, that's that would be the red. I have the 1513, no date.
Yeah, 1513, no date. You have the Reverso. Did you get a GMT?
I have 2 GMPs, not counting the Polar Explorer.
Your mic just
wow.
input just changed, I think.
Let's see.
Which
There you go.
GMTs do you have?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So I have this 16. Okay, the first Rolex watch, a first serious watch I bought with my own money was the root beer. So 1675-3.
That's right.
The nipple dial.
Yep.
That's the GMT Master that I have. I have 16710, a Coke, which I acquired much more recently.
I remember the unboxing now. Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, because you had like the super complete set.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
I mean, I don't chase for this stuff, but when I found it for the right money, without much of a premium, I just got it. Then okay, so I have my Datejust, which is 16014.
Yep. Engine turn bezel.
No, it's a white gold bezel. Fluted.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to have the acrylic crystal, but I acquired it with a service sapphire crystal. Hopefully next time it goes back, it will be changed into period appropriate. I mean, the whole reason I like vintage Rolex is acrylic crystals, basically. So that kind of bothers me.
Yep. It's hard to find for the 4 digits. The acrylic was domed. It wasn't. They didn't have those like sharp steps to it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a slightly domed. I actually just got it.
Because I remember my grandpa's Datejust had the original crystal, but it had cracked, and I spent a year trying to source you think watch reference numbers are a thing. There's crystal reference numbers. And like there's a whole market for crystals, and like some are super rare.
And there's a whole market for fakes, and it's very hard to. In fact, it's much harder to tell fake crystals compared to fake watches. So it takes a while. So I have my Breguet Type 20, which you know already.
I love that watch. Yeah.
I have my Reverso, of course. Then I have Universal Genève Tri-Compacts, which is more recent, triple calendar chronograph from 40s. And I have Lemania 40s, pink gold piece, like a very small chronograph with that same base movement as the Omega 321, the CH27. And then the most recent piece that I unboxed was the Jump Hour Jarajanta piece. I can bring that. It's much easier to show.
Yeah. I like that chair. Looks comfortable.
The Gerald Genta thing is a one with is it a steel bracelet and like a whole bunch of high polish on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was, again, I couldn't resist it because they're usually on the rubber band.
I remember seeing this picture, and it's very blingy. It's all high polish. It's amazing. Yeah.
Kind of like a bullet style bracelet. I don't know what the technical term is, but I liken it to bullets. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
It's a coin edged mid case or side case. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a butch version of the Breguet Empire case.
For sure.
How disappointed were you with the new Breguet Type 20 releases.
I cried
I
myself
was
to sleep.
heartbroken.
I cried myself to sleep a couple of days, but I got over it.
So I went
Honestly,
to New York.
to me, it's. Sorry, I interrupted you,
No,
Diego.
you're
You
fine.
can go right ahead. But to me, it helped me appreciate how much I love what I have, which is the reference 3800. I'm fine with that. I didn't want a new one. There's a lot I like about the new one, and we can talk about it. But I was very disappointed. But you tell me what you thought, Diego.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about it, but I went to Breguet in New York and looking around, they didn't have any. He's like, so what? I said, my favorite watch is you guys had an only watch, Type 20, incredible. And the guy says, that watch is becoming a production model. It should be here in October. And I'm like, are you serious? Can I get one? So put my name down. And then you start seeing the teasers like a year and a half later. And I was like, I'm ready. I was going to fly to New York just to get it, just, use points on the credit card or whatever. And he told me the price on the phone, and it was, I can't remember, 19,000, right?
Yeah. I'm
like, holy shit. So I'm like, that's a lot of money. And then, of course, they release it. It's bigger. It's got a date. It was nothing like the only watch. And it just broke my heart.
I love, by the way, my new pet peeve is what kind of way Waco will find to kiss up to his friends and legacy brands. He just wrote a whole piece after the release of the new Type 20 saying it's really a genius that they actually have a date on the new Type 20, which is really ridiculous, because I haven't yet listened to his take on the new Act 3 Blancpain 50 Fathoms, but I'm sure he valorizes that watch because it doesn't have a date. Because everything is, my dear friend, everything is what is it? Absolutely phenomenal, or quite stunning, or something. Whatever platitude he comes up with. It's to me, I love the fact, okay, there are a few things that I really like about it. I don't care. I'm a vintage guy, so I don't care, nor am I impressed by the high frequency movement and whatever.
Yeah.
I really don't care about that. Exhibition case back, they can keep it. I love the case design. I think those scalloped lugs are really, a thing of beauty. Let me pull up what I have on my Instagram. I think that, it's an amazing case design. I love the way they revived that. I hate the way that it has been bloated up.
Well, the only watch was a 36 mil, right? That was part of my excitement.
I think 38 and change.
Okay, yeah, 38.
So this is 42, and you can see, obviously I have a personal case about this because it's just too big for my wrist, but I do love those lugs.
Yeah.
Kind of with the scalloped design. I love actually the way the so-called civilian version has been done. I think the colors are just right. I love the alpha hands as well. And even though I prefer the 2-register design, I could live with the 3-register, even though it's too similar to what I already have, if it weren't for the dates. I just, I don't know why they had to add that. I don't know.
It was apparently a new movement as well, right?
Yep. Something they supposedly designed from scratch.
It's not like they just had a movement that they threw in. It's like, well, it's got a date, so we're just going to keep it. They did this intentionally. I don't know if they're following in the footsteps of all the other big brands that seem to love a date at 4:30. It's like nobody wants that.
I mean, look, I think it's OC. Maybe you have something to say about this as well. But I think the inclusion of the date is usually a result of design by committee. You know, it's like it's not really a matter of thought. It's they assume that the average customer wants a date on the watch, so they put it there. What do you think?
I think they consider it a complication that is a standard feature, you know, for an overwhelming majority of buyers. And if they don't have it, they feel like they will lose the sale to somebody else. So
This one has a date. Yours doesn't.
it would be like having like trying to sell a car without an automatic transmission these days. They see it as like, listen, yeah, the desire for manual is there, but it's maybe 5%. That's like the desire for a watch without a date. Yeah. You got to have a date.
You might be right, but you know, then again, this is not just another chronograph added to the Breguet line. This is their iconic design. It's, you know, it's a revival of something. So why change?
Yeah, why change? There was no reason to change it.
Is it the fact that the movement already has the date complication in it, and so it's going to have the movement's going to be a certain thickness anyway, so might as well to take it out wouldn't get them any benefit thickness wise, so they might as well just keep it in.
Yeah. I mean, again, maybe I'm too much of a vintage head, but you guys know that Breguet is sitting on the manufacture of Lemania. Their factory is basically the old Nouvelle Lemania factory. So, and they have the rights to the CH27 or 2310, whatever you want to call it, the base of the Moonwatch and all generations of hand-wound Patek chronographs, the perpetual calendar chronographs, 3970, 5970, whatever else. I know maybe it's antiquated, I know maybe it's dated, but I really felt that they could have taken that on and done something with it, you know, maybe modernized it a little bit, found a way to increase its power reserve. It's a beautifully compact movement too, so it could have fit easily to a 3940 millimeter case. They should have just used the CH27, which they use in their kind of high grades hand wound chronographs, but they wanted to, you know, it has to be the sports chronograph, right? It has to be high frequency, self winding, etc. All that automatic transmission bullshit.
It's what,
you've been talking about, Rossi.
And the production version is what, $18,000, something like that?
Yeah.
They figured, so if we're going to offer a price in the watch in that price point, it has to have a date. I mean, it's just that's ingrained in like the checkbox of standard features that they need to offer. Unfortunately, even with something that's a modern interpretation of a vintage piece.
Oh yeah.
By the way, did you held all of those only watches in your hand, or are those pictures of somebody else's?
No. Yeah, I did. I had to wear the gloves, which, you know, to my small hands, of course, barely, you know, filled the smallest glove they had. Those are my hands. But yeah, I basically, because I went the first day. The second day, I don't know how they did it in New York, but the second day, they actually had a limit of 3 watches that you could maybe increase to 4, you know, if you can sweet talk them. But I went the first day, and I went at around 3 o'clock as well, which gave me some time to, you know, basically look at all of them. You know, the I mean, I still have a couple more to post, but the Jarajanta minute repeater, the
Can I see the crayon? The crayon was my favorite.
Yeah, of course. The crayon I posted just 2 days ago, actually.
Yeah. See, you're a lucky dog. Actually, when we were in New York at Christie's doing this at this exhibition, we didn't handle the watches.
Oh, they didn't let you touch them?
No, there was someone there photographing each watch, so taking each watch out one by one and putting it in a makeshift photo booth. But we weren't. No, they were all behind glass. It was kind of a pain in the ass to ask them, open this up, and so that really was kind of frowned upon.
So
we
the bad thing about the Beverly Hills location is that it was this huge room gallery, which is really designed to exhibit art, right? You know, you would maybe have a few sculptures, like larger than life paintings hung on the wall, that kind of room. So there's maybe an excess of light. So with my rudimentary equipment, it wasn't at all easy to get these shots. But I was there at such a time where there were like, 2-3 people, and I could literally ask for every single one of them and spend some time with them. The second time I went, I could only look at 3 or 4. But yeah, I got most of what I wanted to see.
Did you hear any rumblings about Patek? Because the rumor is it's going to be their new sports watch.
Well, I don't. I highly doubt that, actually. Did you guys see the case back? Yeah, I'm gonna make a little kind of short about that, but it's really a who do they think they are moment, because you enter this hall, there are like 63 lots, 62 other watches that are mostly complete. I think 1 or 2 watches were not there the first day I went, but by the time they were taking off from Los Angeles, all the pieces were there. There were some watches that were not entirely functional, right, with locked movements, and maybe the chiming function didn't work, etc. That was the case with the Streamliner Pandemonium. It's a chiming watch where the chiming didn't even work, but that's beside the point. With Patek, they just sent the case back because it's going to be, I think, the 80th birthday of Philipp Stern, and it's kind of dedicated from Thierry Stern, and it's like it's part of their campaign. I mean,
we just saw a plaque. We just saw a plaque in New York that just said,
that's what it says. The case back is inscribed saying, like, to my dear father for the passion of horology. So it's that's it.
Interesting.
I don't think it's look, this is what I will say. Patek has been consistently releasing watches that try to blur or confound the lines between sporty and classical, sports watch and dress watch. From my perspective, they look like that Steve Buscemi meme, like, how do you do, fellow kid?
With the skateboard.
It's like, any Patek sports watch that's not called Nautilus or Aquanaut looks like an old man trying to look young to me, which is not a look that I admire or copy. So if it's going to be a sports watch like that, it's possible, Diego, but I don't think it's going to be a true blood sports watch. Not that I have any real insider information, but I think that's just a rumor people are floating.
Yeah, you're referencing the new Calatravas with the different colors. We call them the auto zones.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's like, it does look like a gas station watch, and I have a lot of friends who have a lot of gas stations. So no offense, I love that it's the best business. I aspire to, if I ever make it on YouTube, my first investment will be to buy a gas station and a car wash. But that being said, Patek's new Calatravas look like watches that you would get from a gas station.
I've been very confused with the releases lately. So
the only watches, there's so many great looking watches in that
what
collection.
was your favorite, OC?
I love the wafer dial on that Louis Moinet, the silicon wafer. That's kind of black, but you move it and it looks gives you that kind of rainbow effect. The Baltic was a beautiful dial as well. Plum, the AP, just pure white ceramic, but with that really very bright blue dial. It's got a kind of a little bit skeletonized.
Right.
By the way, many great dials.
That's someone had come in on that first day with their white ceramic perpetual. And funny enough, it looked like a different composite material. Because they were put right next to each other, and even the shades of the material were a little different. I don't know why. I don't know what explains it. There are some nasty rumors, since it was in the catalog for such a short time.
There was a problem with the ceramic, the composition of the ceramic or something.
Yeah, they were saying that it got discontinued because the white one shatters much more quickly. Hey, Kevin, how are you doing, man? It was so nice to. Oh my God, this was one of the most wonderful things. The little YouTube celebrity that I have got into my head because
That's funny.
I was coming out of Lange kind of frustrated, because I didn't get to see anything or anyone, and it was way too crowded. But I step out, and this guy points to me, Brando, and I'm like, yeah, yes.
What are you gonna? You can't deny it. I mean, you're not gonna. No, I'm not him.
And it was great because it was this beautiful couple, Kevin and his wife, I think Christina. They came and said hi. Apparently Kevin listens to me a lot, and Christina ends up being part of my captive audience, and she has pretty strong feelings about it.
Wow,
yeah.
good memory.
So it's great. It was wonderful. Diego says, "Thank you so much. Pleasure to speak with you again." YB, thank you for the contribution. As you guys know, this is part of a charity effort, so I very much appreciate it. And Diego, if this ends up being the last chat of the day, of course, last super chat of the day, of course, you are going to be entered into the raffle as well. Thank you for staying on. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you. So yeah, Kevin was one of the wonderful people I met, along with his wife, and we also were part of the group that went to dinner. So it was great.
Nice. That's what it's all about. Just meeting new people. Everyone's always nice, That's the thing, is you meet them, everybody in person. There's never a bad thing to really say about them. I mean, it's all about that bond that you have about watches. So yeah, and I've been in the hobby for 6 months. So
yeah, it's very hard to. Yeah, I don't think I had any bad memories or strange encounters in any of these watch meetings. I mean, you sometimes meet genuinely odd characters, don't take me wrong, but most people are, even if they are weird like me, they are weird in a in a likable way.
I don't consider you weird.
Oh, that's too bad.
Because I mean, you're going out and you're socializing with actual people, so you can't be that bad.
I don't know if is that something that some other people are lacking or something.
The ability to go out and socialize with people, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't really come naturally to me. I'm actually, if you can believe it, an introvert, so I don't. Yes, this is the one that you like, Louis Moinet?
This is the one. And this picture doesn't do it justice because this makes it look like it's just a rainbow dial, when in reality it's black, and it's very dull. But just when you turn it, you get those little glimmers of pink or yellow or blue.
Kind of like the new Carolina Bucci.
Exactly like
AP
that.
dial, right? Yeah.
And AP would be smart to look into incorporating some of the silicon wafer technology into a dial, because it looks really stunning.
Interesting. I didn't actually get a close look at
this. To me was the absolute hit of all of them.
To me, in terms of there are so many, but I think
I had
for
the
me,
Anderson Genève jumping hour
Mhm.
is so nice. With that pure black dial.
Yeah,
That one's all the way to the top left is the Anderson. Yeah,
number one.
yeah. It's like a Moser. It's like a Moser, but better. Like in my book, right? Like it reminds you of that Moser Vanta Black, but it just has
Mhm.
something. It's not as stark. It's got something
It's not
different about it.
because it's a black jade, so it actually, again, if you didn't get close enough to it, you don't see. But there were a lot of people on the first day who would pull it up and try to swipe and clean it because of the texture. They thought it was a pitch black dial, but it actually has a very subtle texture because of the jade. Sorry, the awesome Pawan, I didn't pay attention until now. $4.99. Omega 300, yay or nay? Please specify, but I always loved the post bond Omega Seamaster. What was it? 253180, I think, is the first self-winding Brosnan bond Seamaster. I love the Seamaster 300, but please let me know which generation and which color, which iteration you mean.
He says the Seamaster Professional 300 blue dial. So that's not the diver 300M, but just the regular 300 SMP.
Oh yeah, I actually like it.
That's the sandwich dial, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a beautiful watch.
Wait, let us pull it up.
Pull it up, Brando. Pull it up.
I'm not as skillful with the Omega website, unfortunately.
OmegaWatches.com.
Yeah, I should practice my Omega.
The only thing with the blue dial is that it has that model has the faux patina, and so I like the look of the black versus the blue, just because I think it complements the faux patina a little bit better. But that's just me. They're both beautiful watches.
This
And
one,
now
right?
yeah, gorgeous.
I think between this and the new one they just released, I kind of like the new one because that, like you said, this is more unique, whereas the blue of the 2022, I feel it's like neither fish nor fowl. Like you said, that Fortina looks at home with the black, maybe not so much with the blue.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I can't remember if that dial and bezel are fully loomed, like with this one. Like this one, I believe it's. I can't remember for sure if the bezel's loomed or not. I'm so happy with. I don't know if you have one of the Scuba 50 Phantoms, but 50 Phantoms.
I don't know. The thrifty Fathoms, I call them, but I'm not a huge fan of that. Actually, you're a fan.
It's nice. It is really nice. And once I get it off this NATO strap and onto something better, where you can actually see, not that the movement's a prize to look at or anything, but it is something. The case is nice. It feels solid. It feels quality. I'm just not a fan of it. Just not a fan of the straps. It's a good looking case. It's a good looking case.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't share that.
Okay.
Let me see. No, please show it off.
Let me turn down the brightness.
Yeah, to me, I mean, it militates against everything that I cherish with mechanical watches. I wasn't a huge
Huge.
fan of the Moonswatch either, as you know. So
Look how great that looks, though. You have to admit.
you mean the Loom?
Yeah, I think the proportions of everything on the dial and the way the bezel's loomed, it kind of looks like that old Bakelite.
It's a great design. I mean, 50 Fathoms is one of my favorite watch designs of all time. Don't take me wrong. And I think the 2003 version, which is this basically, is one of my favorite modern revivals, so to speak. Because that came out, on the 50th anniversary, and I think the sapphire bezel was a wonderful idea. Even though it's too big for me, I've always loved that watch. So, I think design-wise, okay. I mean, I'm a huge fan of 50 Fathoms anyways, so I'm not going to say anything bad about it. And I don't know if you watched my video, but that was part of what I liked about it, because I like Fichter, I love his design, and I love the fact that it's getting popularized in some shape or form. But I think when it comes to particularly the System 51 platform, some people insist that they can be serviced, but as far as I know, the plastic cased versions cannot be serviced. And I have a plastic cased System 51 that I was really excited about to bring out when I realized this release, specifically because it was going to be a mechanical watch. I realized it was done. I got it for 7, 8 to 10 years ago. It's done. It doesn't work anymore, and you can't fix it. So to me, to have a piece that you market in this way, with a view to sustainability and whatever else, and have something that's going to basically self-implode in less than a decade, it just doesn't. It's too much of a gimmick to take for me. I can't.
I can see how you feel that way. Yeah, because these are really replaceable movements. They're not fixable movements,
Yeah.
and that takes a lot of the soul out of it, because they're just basically throw this one out, put a different one in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least they can keep the case, right? So it's not as bad. They could have said, oh, if it fails in 5 years, you can throw that away. We'll give you a new one. That would have been even worse as an answer. But yeah, it's better than nothing.
What do you think of the Konstantin Chaikin that they had the only watch? Because I was with somebody who said, "Wow, it doesn't even look like a clown or a joker or whatever. It's far more subtle than anything that he's put out previously," and that's what he liked about it. The fact that at first glance, he didn't even know it was a Chaikin, but
that was
it was.
one of my favorite ones. I don't know if you chanced upon my coverage at all, but in Eichen Zurich recently did an auction in Geneva, coinciding with Geneva Watch Days or Watch Week, to honor Chaikin's work. So I covered that entire auction. I will drop a link. So I'm very enthusiastic about Chaikin anyways. And this was, you might know, this was the most complicated watch among the lots, with 16 different functions. I think a couple of them are still awaiting a full patent. And I like the fact that it's basically like an open worked version of the Joker face on both sides of the watch. And the case material is quite cool. the so-called bulat steel,
Mhm.
which has a similar pattern to Damascus, perhaps, and it gets confused with it sometimes, but it's apparently a high carbon alloy. It's a watch that can actually be worn on both sides. People love saying that about Lange, which is one of my favorite brands. I wish I could wear it, on the reverse side. Well, this watch, you actually can wear it on the reverse side to see the tourbillon on the wrist. Yeah, I just love Chaikin, man. I think he's a watchmaker who does not get enough credit, who has made, admittedly, he has made his break with the Joker watch, which some people find gimmicky, but it actually has a very nice story behind it. I don't know if you have heard it, but it was actually complete happenstance. What he was going to present on Basel World 2017 actually failed on him. So he had to put together something from scratch and rather quickly. That's how he came up with the Joker watch. 99 pieces. That was supposed to be it. But it was so popular, it sold out so quickly that he had to follow it up. And it helped him expand his manufacture. It helped him, you know, provide so many jobs to so many different watchmakers who have already started setting up their own brands, to be honest. I mean, it's like on what is it, I think Artur Sukhanov, maybe, or is it Anton, maybe it's Anton Sukhanov, who was at his workshop and who recently started making his own
Yeah.
watches. So
I think we actually met Anton in Geneva at one of those watch events, which was that Konstantin Chaikin was at right before Watches and Wonders. He was in a small booth. Yeah.
okay. I know the last name is Sukhanov, but yeah, I'm a huge
He
fan of.
worked with Konstantin Chaikin, right? He worked under him.
Yeah, he used to work under Chaikin, and now he
Yep.
does his own thing.
Yeah. We met him in Geneva. Cool guy, nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, with everything going on, I think it's it doesn't really help Russian watchmakers, I'm pretty sure. So I was very happy that Konstantin Chaikin was getting kind of his props in Geneva at this time. Let me see where I have that. I think because I covered the entire auction and it was pretty good, actually. Oh yeah, this is
this is cool that they let you handle all these pieces.
yeah, and it wasn't only my charm. I was just there bright and early. Yeah, this was really an amazing one. And hey, Manuel, nice to see you.
Peace, Manuel.
And there's the link of my coverage of the Inaichen auction on Chaikin's pieces. Yeah, it's an entirely reversible design. I like it from that perspective. It has very unique complications, even unique material. As much as I appreciate sometimes the brands take pressure off and do one or two different things that separate it from their production model. I think this watch was particularly meaningful because people like to think Joker as a gimmicky watch, but others know Chaikin as one of the long-standing members of AHCI. the Academy of Independent Watchmakers. And it's great to see those two strands of his watchmaking come together in one serious watch, even though it is a one-of-a-kind piece. It's pretty fascinating to me. I think quietly this was a killer piece too.
Yeah.
And
they just put the granite. This is granite, right?
Marble.
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 Yeah.
But it's capped on the titanium, and for me, before I handled the watch, that was like, oh man, that's like, that seems kind of a cop out. That seems
like a veneer. It was like a veneer on top of the other.
It is more than a veneer, but still, I was very disappointed. But when I got to hold the watch, to me, it's just another way where one of the defining tensions of that design is once again brought into sharp relief, because Octofinissimo is the kind of watch that has a very large presence. It wears quite large on the wrist, and it can't escape the viewer, but it kind of disappears for the wearer, right? Because it's, especially in titanium, it's not only ultra thin, it's also ultra light.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost non-existent on the wrist. So this watch, in the same way, right? It's actually a DLC coated titanium watch with a marble dial, with marble covered case, with marble capped bracelets. And it's for that reason, when you see marble, you expect like a very chunky piece, but it's
cold
so
and heavy,
beautifully light.
right?
It's so beautifully light, and I think that's a nice way of exaggerating or accentuating what is already quite definitive about the Octofinissimo, which is it's it has a larger than life presence, but like a feather like wearability on the wrist. And the flying tourbillon is, it's not too shabby. It's still the thinnest hand-wound flying tourbillon, I think, in the world. So that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, very nice.
This
is the crayon. The crayon. It always looks good.
That was the crayon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the dial is really beautiful, and the decoration of the movement looks like a Zen garden, like a dry tilled Japanese garden.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Like the sand.
Yeah.
How they put the lines in the sand. The front of the dials always remind me of like a Monet impressionist painting.
Yep. I mean, the pointillistic style was basically part of a neo-impressionist aesthetic. So absolutely, that's the reference. Van Gogh has a very famous self-portrait, that has the same style. I also love the Sylvain Pinot with all the black polished and flame blue details on the dial.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, again, I was talking about this before you guys came, but the way we always say, pictures don't do it justice or whatever. But when a piece is as finely finished as this, it even jumps out of the picture. I mean, the shitty iPhone taken video doesn't matter. The watch still looks beautiful. And I really love the use of black polishing on this watch. I mean, even the way it is done on the cartouche to set out the dial, it's beautiful.
I'm not a big fan about how those lugs that kind of flare out from the front side of the watch. You can't see that, but on the back it's very pronounced, you know?
Mhm.
Or is
Yeah.
that an optical illusion, right? Like on the front,
I
it doesn't
think
look like that at all.
Yeah, I think it's an optical illusion. I don't mind flared lugs too much. I think there's a little bit of a twist to them, but it's nothing too dramatic. I have to be honest. I don't think it's too dramatic. By the way, guys, please hit the like button. Thank you for your support. You know, this is a very small fry channel, so it always helps to boost the numbers a little bit.
Yasha dropped a note, said that's Anton Sukhanov to whom you're referring.
Yeah, yeah.
Yasha, are you in New York, by the way? 47th Street, or are you in LA? Do you know Yasha?
Yasha is in Israel, if I'm not
Israel.
mistaken.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Captain Kirk says, I see OC is making his moves.
Love Captain Kirk. He's always witty in the chat, no matter what the stream.
And then I really loved the FP Jean piece. It wasn't as radical of a concept as it seemed on paper. It just felt like the kind of sports watch that they might do one day, and that would probably break the internet, even though, you know, probably only the Cars and Chronos of this world could get their hands on it.
Is that a stretch bracelet that they have on that one?
No, but the thing is, the line sport bracelets, I think, are incredibly underrated because they're so supple and have such a beautiful wear. And because the usual material that is used is titanium, maybe it feels too flimsy, maybe it feels too airy.
Mm-hmm.
In tantalum, it felt amazing. I mean, it was such a nice weight on the wrist.
Yeah, I don't love this one. The thing that irks me the most about the watch is actually the first link on the bracelet. I don't know why, but I just don't like the way it kind of curves in and then reaches the taper point. Just to me, I don't know why it irks me, but that's just me. I'm dumb.
No, not this. I mean, I know what you mean.
You know what I'm talking about? That first curve to get to that taper point, and then everything else is straight.
The reason I like that design is because it actually looks fine on my wrist. So I'm a little biased perhaps, because a lot of times on these kinds of integrated designs, especially when it's 42 millimeters and larger, the traditional lugged kind of cases that are then adapted to an integrated design usually end up looking too large, whereas something like this actually looks very much like a true 42 millimeters. And because it's not too thick either, it just sits very, very nicely on the wrist. So I really like it. I think the dial is actually quite nice. It's not as stealthy as they made it out to be, although in certain
what's so nice about this dial? Seriously,
I like how subtle it is. I like how it basically you know, looks only clear from certain angles. Yeah, I like that it almost disappears except for the orange seconds dial. I like it.
okay.
Orange seconds hand, I meant. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I mean, enamel dials are always great. I know the laser engraved numerals might not be up to up to your taste, maybe. But otherwise, a blue enamel dial, I think it's hard not to like it.
What did
Maybe
he sell
not
for?
just
What's the retail on this thing?
Oh, there's no retail because this is genuinely one of a kind. There's
I know
nothing
that,
like
but
that in their lineup.
there's a real production model of this that's with a different dial.
No, because this is like, tantalum, smaller case, 42
Oh,
millimeter, not the 44.
It really is unique then.
Yeah, the Line Sport S is usually in titanium, and it's a different, also even a different dial design when it comes to like, let me see, let me pull what they have. Yeah, because like, the movement is different, everything is different on this one.
That clasp. It looks like it's just tacked on, but that's okay. It really doesn't match the shape of the bracelet at all. But
yeah, it reminds me of the very first generation of the Royal Oak clasps, which had the exact same design with the inscription actually. So yeah, the regular line kind of looks like this, and is really nothing like that.
you can say that again. Yeah. This looks so much better. You're right.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not a very high bar to cross, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of Line Sports series to begin with, but this is how the movement looks with the
it's nice
moon phase and power reserve indicator, and I think that's a cool way of extending the theme. Otherwise, power reserve indicators on the movement side are nothing special. In fact, that's how a lot of the brands discreetly introduce it. The moon phase is a little different, and I think that's a nice way of continuing that stealth theme from the dial, and it just looks beautiful on that 18 karat pink gold bridge plate. It, on any other movement it may have looked out of place, but Jaune does this pretty well.
I've heard a couple of people recently, including Mike Manjos of Watchbox, say that really the truly collectible Jordans are going to be the early ones with the brass movements, and that the modern ones, while they still may go up, are not going to appreciate and not be as collectible as the brass movement Jordans. What's your take on that?
I don't disagree, but that's really a different category. Beyond also, I mean, beyond being collectible, they are, you can even have a down payment on a house, even in Southern California, with what you pay for a brass movement Jaune. So that doesn't take much to. I mean, Mike Manjos, don't take me wrong, he's actually one of the people I respect immensely. But that's kind of like stating the obvious, because they were made in such a short stretch of time, say, depending on the model, 3 to 5 years. That's the production run for a brass movement Jaune, depending on the model. I think the number of watches produced at that time were even smaller. And it's still, I think, barely crossing 1,000, if it does. Yeah, but
And they're already
that's obvious.
and they're already astronomically priced already.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what you can gain from it, because it's getting into that market right now is extremely hard as it is, and it might be diminishing returns, at least in the short term. Like, it's not something that you would want to buy now and then stress out about it, because prices can still dip a little bit until they rise again. And I don't disagree. I think eventually, of course, those are going to be the most collectible. It's like saying the 3712, get a Patek 3712. That's great. I mean, if you can find one for less than $250,000, and that's going to be collectible for sure, and it already is in so many ways. But is it worth it now to get one? Not sure. I think the ruthenium series are going to be always a great buy as well, because a lot of times they are the first larger cases. They have the special ruthenium coated dials as well. I don't know. I think I wouldn't buy a current Jean at a premium. I will say that. So I will say it from the reverse, basically. I will say what Manjo said already. I would not pay premium for any of the watches they are making currently, but the premiums for what is already very collectible are unconscionable as well. So unless you are really a high rolling collector, it's hard to imagine getting into the market for a brass movement Jean right now. No, I mean, maybe you can pull it off. I can't, for sure.
Yeah, Cars did, so
Cars did at retail, or Cars had done it already?
no, Cars did it from Mike. He bought a piece for Mike Manjos.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you know him, but Watch Art Sci, Bill Sanders. He has. I remember one of his state of the collection videos from maybe by now 5 years ago, and he had recently gotten chronometre resonance, and he was kind of bummed out about it, saying, like, mine is one of the older ones, before they switched to the pink gold movement. So he was kind of, had
gold
a little
is better.
bit of buyer's
gold.
remorse. And now he basically has a $300,000 watch in his hands, and he got it for a fraction of that, for sure. He got a chronometre resonance at a time where it was still under retail, so and with a brass movement. It's crazy, but it happens. Sometimes people get lucky. Sometimes, like Bill Sanders, they create their own luck because they study, and he thought he was making kind of a mistake, but he loved the watch because of its inert horological value, and ultimately it paid off. Not that it pays off anything, because he doesn't sell, right? Ultimately, we are stuck in that paradigm.
Everyone always sells eventually, whether you're alive or you're dead. The watch will get sold.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not gonna think about that scenario, because I love Bill Sanders, and I hope he's with us for some decades to come, at least. But yeah, we are all mortals, let's not kid. So I see your point, for sure. Yasha says another prominent Russian watchmaker is Alexander Nesterenko. However, the whole condition of watchmaking is between dire and grim. I can elaborate, but I don't want to aggravate with the war and peace in Russia. That is, yeah. No, I understand, man. You know, you can share whatever you want. I don't, for me, it's not honestly. I really have no sides in that war. It's not my war. I'm not invested in it whatsoever. I only care about the war insofar as it involves the killing of many innocent people from both sides and the displacement of even more. So I don't take any sides in that particular conflict. So be my guest to say whatever you want, and anyone else can respond to it from another perspective as well. I really like this. This is one I didn't like on paper, but was actually quite nice in person. The green dial I thought would come off as too much, but it's actually, I mean, it's the house specialty, right? The guilloche dials for Karivutilainen. So I guess it makes sense that it would be nice in person, but it kind of fits as well because it's such a perfect shade of pine green. It does actually give you that feeling of having a bird's eye view of like a nice forest. And it's supposed to be a world time, it's supposed to be a travel watch. So I guess that aligns with the theme. And I love the way that, speaking of making movements from scratch, this is something designed and fit for the purpose because everything is integrated into the crown. So there's no extra pusher, extra crown for the world time function. Everything is done by pressing the crown.
Which is very cool. And this is very consistent with a lot of the watches at Only Watch, and that is the dial isn't timid. They don't make these one-off pieces to be tame. They're attention getting, and they're bolder, and they're brighter and shinier. And the green, like you said, is a very it's an unusual shade of green to find on a watch, and they pulled it off.
And this is the production version, and by production I don't mean too many either. I mean, this is a 10-piece run as well, but this is decidedly muted. And the Only Watch version is, like you said, intentionally loud.
Yeah, that was a theme that runs through all the watches, whether it's the Jacob & Co. or the Baltic with that bright plumish, purplish dial, or the bright blue on the AP, or the silicon wafer on the Louis Moinet. Just so many bright dials.
I really love speaking of perpetual calendars by micro brands, the secular perpetual calendar by Furlan Marie. It was actually rhodium plated silver case and bracelet, so it had an amazing weight to it. The dial was skeletonized at the subdials, extremely legible, with the date pointed or indicated across the periphery of the dial, and day of the week at 9 o'clock month indicated across the periphery of the dial, day of the week at 9 o'clock, and the dates at 3 o'clock. And the dial was amazing too. And it kind of looked like it was organically extended to the 6 o'clock almost, because there's a single pusher for all the corrections as well.
Yeah, I mean, the bracelet doesn't look super well integrated. It doesn't quite match the case in my mind, but it does kind of match the high polish of the bezel. It just, I don't know if that was an afterthought or if that was just something they had lying around, but I don't know. It looks good. Yeah, that Melanie's style case. It looks bracelet looks kind of thick too. Weighty. I bet you this was kind of a heavy piece.
It's actually designed from the ground up, so to speak. They collaborated with a specialist jeweler for the bracelet, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, I guess it's a little unexpected. That would be the way I would put it, at least. I think it gives the watch overall, especially with that blue titanium dial, a kind of a sporty look. And it's hard to imagine that particular combination, or the complication I meant, in a sporty watch. So I like that. I like that. I like the choice of the material as well. For a high complication like this, I thought this was pretty cool. I liked it better than the Baltic, even though Baltic was one of my favorites as well.
Mm-hmm.
What else? I think the time-only watches actually had a nice run on this one.
Yep. That one was nice. The Chopard was also nice, but it seemed like not too different than their production watches to me. But maybe it's a different color dial.
Yeah, just a different color dial. That's for sure.
That's what it was.
I think this was very striking, and it was again a great way to kind of make an announcement or make an entrance for three young watchmakers, because Théoffret, who actually kind of came into prominence because he won Jean's Young Watchmakers Prize, I think, a few years ago by now.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes tourbillons and very interesting and complicated watches. Flashy, I should say, rather than complicated necessarily, because whether the tourbillon is a complication or not is in itself a discussion, as you know, or an argument. Same thing with Peta Mambeda. They have two watches again, just like Offray, and one is a deadbeat seconds watch, the other one is a split second chronograph. So the fact that they came together, joined forces, and ended up with something that was much more restrained, much more simplified than something that tries harder. I really admire that. They did choose the Zenit caliber 135, which Kari Voutilainen just worked on for that limited edition Zenit watch, as you know, that Philips sold in 10+1 examples. So I thought that was pretty brave for three young watchmakers to take a stab at that, to devise an observatory-grade chronometer less than a year after Kari Voutilainen did the same project. Basically, I thought that was, that was a statement in and of itself.
This has like an index, like a really small dot at the 7.5, and I think at the 1.5. If I'm,
Those
you
are
know what I'm talking about?
actually exposed screws, which is a Peter
Oh, okay.
Mambeda signature. Yeah,
That's what.
those
Got it.
are screws,
Got it. Yeah, I was wondering what those were. Perfect.
and they are black polished as well. So it's a nice little detail. If
So that's
I'm not,
something that's something he does on all his watches. It's a signature kind of iconography that he has.
yeah, let me show you actually. So
Got it. This
So
one's not quite. Yeah.
that's the split second chronograph, and the reference 1967 is the deadbeat seconds, and that also has
The screws are in different places on all his watches.
yeah
It drives me crazy. Like the one you just showed, it was at like just past the 6. This one, it's way over to the 8, and the only watch one is at the 7.5.
And Théophile makes these beautiful tourbillons. He has 2 lines basically. I don't think the whole production amounts to more than a dozen pieces anyways. But he has this, let me see if there's any.
It's like a Code 1159 case in a way. Very similar, like the way the lugs kind of.
I'm not a huge fan of this case design, so if that was a gotcha moment for you, you are not getting me with that. I actually don't like the case design here, and absolutely hate the Code 1159 case design as well.
Well, there you go. So good consistency.
But all right, so the exposed screws are Peter Mambeda, and then Ofe's thing is this finishing method that is called charbonnage, because it literally comes from, you see, this French school of finishing that uses like a piece of charcoal with oil to apply these undulating motifs on the bridge plates. So it's a unique visual thing that identifies it as his work too. So I like that they left their signatures, kind of secretly on the watch as well.
It's a classy looking watch.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I guess, did you see the big block?
I did see
Prince
this one.
Chronograph 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was heavy.
And it was the day before, I think, that Tudor was supposed to be announcing their new watch. So the speculation was, wow, are they going to come out with a steel version of this? Yeah. And they didn't.
No, I think, the reason, and I was also, I think the Tudor FXT actually, the new one, is an amazing looking watch. Don't take me wrong. But I was kind of underwhelmed as well because, I always cape for Tudor and come to their defense and say, okay, I understand, but please realize that, Rolex has Oyster, Tudor has Blancpain. Tudor, after all, is Rolex's sister company. What do you expect from the sister company, of the parent company, or of the whatever company that moves itself at a glacial pace? Of course, they are gonna also, make little modifications here and there, and come up with releases that are not much different from one to the next. This time I was a little underwhelmed and a little bit pissed. But I wasn't actually expecting the chronograph because I thought it would be a little untoward to just release it in steel before the one of a kind piece goes on auction. I thought that would be a little gauche, to be honest. So I wasn't expecting them to do it.
Good point.
But the exciting thing about this is that it is a prototype movement to the Kinesi manufacture 59XX, which is going to replace the self-winding mechanism that they borrow from Breitling, the BO1. I hope, it felt great as a gold piece, very thick, very big, very heavy. But if they release this in stainless steel, I hope the case is not as big. I hope the case is not as thick. It's just, that's the curse of Tudor. They're not allowed to make pieces that can genuinely compete with Rolex. So they're not going to have a slender, wearable, classically proportioned chronograph, because that's Daytona's niche, right? So even if the layout of the chronograph registers is a little different, they have to make something different.
Wow. So this is a new movement, and it's intentionally designed to have the subdials at the 6, 9, 12.
Yep.
Rather than at the bottom. I mean, you've got the pushers and the crown and everything. So it's not like they can easily just turn it
And
90 degrees.
There's a date too, which is very discreet, which I like for that reason. But it's a movement they designed supposedly from scratch, but there's a good chance that they adopted at least part of the Vajra 7750 architecture. I mean, it makes sense. It's not a crime. But I believe it is something that they built at the Kinesi part of the manufacture. The awesome Pawan, you're absolutely right. The Blancpain 58 18K is not necessarily a hit, except this is again a one-of-a-kind watch that is auctioned for charity. And it's basically Tudor's version of the John Player special, right? Those legendary vintage Rolex Daytona chronographs that resemble the livery of Team Lotus, John Player and Sons. So those are perennial auction favorites. This is one of a kind, so I'm sure it will break a record. But if it comes in production, it's not coming in as gold. Yeah, you can quote me on that. At some point, they might release precious metal watches again. They kind of did the podium series with Blancpain 58. They had the 18K, they had the 925 silver, and they had the bronze. I think that was kind of a cool idea, but I also couldn't really justify the 18K. I don't think it fits with the ethos of the brand. I think a gold watch in production doesn't necessarily fit with the ethos of the brand's. Marcelo time. Shana tova ve'gmar chatima tova. Gam lecha, Marcelo. Yeah, good yontif. Ossi, it's almost here. And happy sweet New Year.
It's almost that time.
It is. Original OC, thank you for having me on. Thoughts to everyone affected by the earthquake in Morocco. Thank you, OC. And so far you might be the last super chat.
That's right. See, I strategically did that. And now I can say, I'm really tired, Brando. I'm going to have to call it a night. If you want to kill the stream now, feel free.
No. I can return to the auction, but I do appreciate your contribution, and I appreciate you coming on as well.
Always a pleasure. You have the best quality watch talk in the business, bar none. It's always good to hear your soothing voice. For me, always after 11 o'clock at night. And
I love that you corrected yourself, because previously you were saying it's the best watch talk at a certain time, but I'm glad
and then
you are
you
now
but then you said it. You said OC. It's at any time, and I'm
you are now
agreeing with
recognizing that it's bar none at any time.
bar none. I'm on the panel. I'm being polite and accurate. Hey, shout out to Marcelo time as well.
All
Hope
right.
everyone has a Captain Kirk, everybody in the chat, Jake, and have a great. Thanks very much. It's 2:30 in the morning here. Got to go. But thanks for having me on. Have a great night.
Of course, man.
Talk again soon.
Take care.
Peace out.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Thank you, OC, Diego, and of course also the awesome Pawan and Nick Butter as well. We were taking a look at the Sotheby's Important Watches auction, which is going to be a live event on October 7th in Hong Kong. And I had just pulled up the Moza for Nick Butter, which has a pre-auction estimates ranging roughly from $30,700 to almost $41,000. I actually love this watch. Again, Diego said that as well. To me, it really reminds me of the balanced butt of center layout that puts a great deal of the mechanism on display. Here, of course, you actually have a flying tourbillon at 6 o'clock, which might be perhaps a little more engaging, perhaps a little more interesting than just having an exposed balance wheel, escapement, etc. But it does give me that vibe. The dial is signature Moza, of course, with that smoked, I guess with the color they call also funky blue. I think it's a great aesthetic. Again, probably too big for me in terms of the case size. But I think for people who are looking for a tourbillon watch that's a little out there, that kind of breaks the mold, there are not many different places you can go. The one watch that I really like and that I think is very unique in the category is actually Chopard LUC's Engine 1 tourbillon. I did a video on that. Those who supported me on Patreon will remember. I will make that available to the members on Monday, so you can listen to me talk about it. And eventually it will be also revealed to public. But if you want to support the channel and if you want to get early access to some of this exclusive content, you can always become a member. And that really, really helps a great deal. It helps keeps the lights on. Please hit the like button, by the way. And Z-Man, I really appreciate you. Thank you for your contribution and for the peace sign. So suddenly you ended up leapfrogging the original OC and became the last super chat of the day. I mean, I have another hour to go, so there's a good chance that we might go even longer. Dear Nick Butter, hopefully I didn't disappoint you, because I didn't get to talk about the 2110, which is an amazing tourbillon by AP. This piece is actually designed by Jacqueline Dimier, who was a protege of Gérard Jantin, and she ended up leading the designs for AP for decades, if I'm not mistaken. As you can see, the piece evinces a lot of Egyptomania influences, clearly taking after some reliefs from temples dedicated to Akhenaten. I think that's how that pharaoh's name is pronounced in English, with the sun rays emanating from the tourbillon cage. That tourbillon cage itself has a lot of important achievements in and of itself. First of all, it was the first of its kind to be fashioned out of titanium. It was, at its time, the thinnest self-winding tourbillon in the world when it was introduced. I think it was in 1986 when it was introduced. And the beautiful thing is that the base plate of the movements, to achieve that thinness, the base plate of the movements is actually used as the case back. So the jewels you see here through the case back is actually not decorative. They needed those jewels there, because that case back is actually the main plate of the movement as well. To keep the design consistent, the crown has been shifted to the back of the case, right? Because otherwise it would interrupt this unique design. And this is actually what peeks through here at 6 o'clock is not just some gratuitous extra branding element by AP. It's also not a day and night indicator. It's certainly not a moon phase. It is actually the hammer-like, let me put it that way, the hammer-like winding mechanism that actually powers the movement. That's the oscillating weight for the automatic movement. So I absolutely love this watch. For a few times, I encountered it on the market for dirt cheap, really, stupidly little money for the kind of watch it is. And it was in better condition than this, with the full box sets that actually takes that takes the Egyptomania of the watch to the next level. If you're patient, I think you can still get good deals on this watch. I don't know whether this auction is one such occasion, but you can always take a stab at it. This is lot 2110. The AP Tourbillon Automatique, reference 25643 BA, in yellow gold, a marvel of Art Deco design, a marvel of inspiration, Egyptomania inspiration. The case is 32.5 by 28.5 millimeters in dimensions, so it is very miniaturized. I think that's something to be appreciated for a beautiful tourbillon like this. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you, man. And thank you, everyone, for your upvotes. And 548 Vikings. Archie Luxury totally rules, dude. Love you, man. And I love Archie Luxury. You know this. You know this. I love Archie Luxury. You know this. Nick Butter says, such a far cry from the Royal Oak, but still a fun watch. I think it's an extremely fun watch. Very unique design. And, you know, Awesome Pawan, I think it could be a nice run if they find a good reason to revive it in some shape or fashion. But sometimes, you know, you got to leave things as they are, right? This was a limited edition in its time. I don't remember how many pieces exactly off the top of my mind. I may have. Let me see. Yeah, I can't exactly remember how many pieces it was, and I can't find it very quickly now. I may have covered it in the video I made, and I posted that link above. If you can't find it by scrolling up, I will post it again. But anyways, this was also a record-breaking watch. It was the first tourbillon with a titanium cage. It was the first self-winding tourbillon. It was the thinnest tourbillon at the time. Holistic design, record-breaking approach, and just a very charismatic watch. I mean, it's hard not to be charmed by it. And the estimated value even here is not excessive. It ranges from roughly 20,500 to an amount in excess of 30,000 in US dollars at lots 2110, lot number 2110 for the AP Tourbillon Automatique. Thank you, 548 Vikings. Another 199. Not a sufficient response. What do you mean? Well, what do you want me to say? He does totally rule. I love architecture. Well, what else do you want me to say? Write it and I will read it. Hey, Van Lux, how are you doing, man? And yes, I do love the pink dial. I do love pink dial of reference 126 triple 126 000. The OP36 with the candy pink dial. We actually ended up not jumping all the way up. I wanted to take a look at this Breguet pocket watch, which, as it happens, is actually quite modern, from around year 2000. Sometimes, because most of us are wristwatch geeks, most of us are wristwatch people, we might be unfamiliar with the terminology. When it says keyless, it means the watch can actually be wound without the help of an additional key, usually from the crown. And when it says open face, it means that the face of the watch, the dial side of the watch, does not have an additional cover. So it doesn't mean, for example, that there's no crystal covering the dial of the watch. I mean, I know, because when I first heard this expression in English, I thought that's exactly what it meant, and I was still a teenager then. So we all have our moments. I just wanted to clarify that. Of course, this is a relatively modern piece, but has all the DNA of Abraham Louis Breguet's aesthetic that Daniel Roth carried over into the world of wristwatches in the late 70s and 80s. And it was a tradition that was rescued once again by Investcore and revived under the patronage of the Swatch Group as well from year 2000 forwards. This is a French calendar. Again, a beautiful dial produced out of a gold blank, silvered, engine turned by hand at the center. And as you see, the center dial has a beautiful Claude Paris hobnail pattern, whereas the subdials have the vague, the wavy pattern. At 3 o'clock, you have the days of the week, a pointer date. At 9 o'clock, both of these also encircle the plaques that carry the brand name and the movement number. At 6 o'clock, you have the leap year indicator, and wrapping itself around it, the months. And as you can see, these are ×2, right? Where you have the first year, second year, third year, and the leap year. And they each have their month there. Of course, moon phase at 12 o'clock, Roman numerals on a Breguet frosted track for the hours, and heat blued hands fashioned out of stainless steel, which are styled in the style we recognize today as Breguet for the hour and minutes. The same number that we see on the dial is also engraved on the case back of this pocket watch. And as you can see, it comes with its original green presentation box as well. This is a yellow gold piece, 48 millimeters in diameter. And I think it is really a beautiful piece that both honors Breguet's history and does something quite impressive with it. In this case, it is a 48 millimeter yellow gold perpetual calendar open face, keyless pocket watch with moon phase and leap year indication, with a pre-auction estimate ranging from 23,000 to 36,000 in US dollars. Archie needs more. Well, me too, for 548 Vikings, but for now I'm fundraising, so um, hopefully I will be able to survive beyond October 12th. The awesome Pawan says Mark Hayek is not a good leader for Blancpain. Bronze 50 fathoms is repulsive. I don't know if you were here, Awesome Pawan, at the beginning of the presentation, but I started the day with that. I started the night with that. So I don't necessarily want to go back and bore everyone with my take, but I'm kind of two minds. You know, my short review is close but not no cigar, because um, they clearly know what the collectors want. Uh, I would have been even happier if it were bronze, because in that case, they wouldn't be able to justify the 32K plus price point. They would have had to adjust it. They would have had to make it more reasonable, but because it is the 9K yellow gold bronze alloy, or 9K bronze gold, whatever they call it, 9 carat bronze gold, which, by the way, aesthetically looks, to me at least, it looks stunning. But the price point is kind of a joke, um, and I can't really countenance it unless it gets us that much closer to finally a series production of a historically faithful example in stainless steel. God damn it, you have to give it to us. I mean, it's just, you know, it's too much. It's too much. They're teasing us. 50 Fathoms is teasing us too much with the whole release schedule, with the limited editions that are almost what we want, but not exactly. The awesome Pawan, I'm a material science expert. 9K alloy sounds like buzzwords to me. Buzzword sounds to be right, actually. Not only do I respect your expertise, awesome Pawan, but it is a buzzword specifically because it has that vintage appeal, right? Because 9 karat gold was something popular more in the early 20th century than the 21st. So it is something that is chosen to accentuate or emphasize that pseudo vintage appeal. So you have cracked the code. I don't disagree with you. I like how it looks. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm on board with the branding. I mean, I can say the same thing about Hublot's King Gold. I can say the same thing even about Alan Gonzun's Honey Gold, which I actually adore. I think it's such a special alloy. I don't know whether, from a material science perspective, I don't know whether it's more durable. I don't know if it's more resistant to tear and wear. And honestly, as an aesthete, I don't care too much either. Um, but yes, I'm not a huge fan of those gimmicks. Some of those alloys actually look stunning in person. Others look kind of appropriate to the design. In this case, I think it fits with that vintage or quasi-vintage aesthetic. But the price point is just ridiculous. Captain Kirk says bronze is nice for a month. 548 Viking says the Glashütte CQ Panorama Date is the best watch ever made. It is a pretty good watch. I like it. Awesome Pawan says that's true. All brands do it in some way. The only material that I like is Zinn's tungsten still, or I might be butchering the name. I think it's spelled with a U, Tungsten, I think. Yeah, I should look into it. I didn't realize that they have a tungsten steel alloy. But yeah, Zinn is a brand that I really like and admire, for sure. They have a lot of Vianney Alter on this one. 2118 is Vianney Alter reference GPVH. This is a piece that Vianney Alter designed for the German luxury brand Goldpfeil, kind of integrating their arrow logo in that rectangular dial. As you can see, this is a jump hour watch. On the top left, you have an aperture for the jump hour. Right next to it, you have a moon phase indicator and 2 arrows in that square dial. For the minutes and seconds. I believe the backdrop of that case is actually hand hammered. Vienna Altair certainly makes very original designs, but a lot of times they can be a little out there for the average person. This is certainly one of those watches, but it's a watch that you won't see anywhere else. And if you are a fan of Vienna Altair's watchmaking, this might be a certain point of entry. White gold jump hour piece. The dimensions of the case are 40 by 29 for this rectangular watch. The piece comes furnished with an alligator strap that has a matching 18 carats tang buckle. This auction is for the watch only, and the piece has an estimated value of roughly 10,200 to 15,300 or more. We have another super chat, Jake Brooks. Thank you so much. Also a member of the channel. I actually need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. The awesome Pawan, thank you. Rest well. I look forward to seeing you again. 548 Vikings, where is Mike the Snake? Mike the Snake actually, I think, appeared on my stream maybe once and for a very short time. And I don't know, but I do miss him. JB199. Let me write this down. And I'll be right back. This is the two-tone reduced size AP Royal Oak, 36 millimeter. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's take a look at this two-tone execution of the mid-sized or reduced-sized Royal Oak 14790TR. The TR there stands for tantalum and pink gold. Of course, tantalum is experiencing a huge revival at the moment. after the hype generated by FP Jones's chronomètre bleu and the attribution almost of the material to François Paul Jaune, tantalum is experiencing a serious resurgence. You guys would remember that just recently Moza introduced a new version of the Perpetual One, their simplified and stunningly beautiful perpetual calendar watch in a tantalum case. But AP has been using tantalum as a case material, especially in interesting tone-on-tone or two-tone applications. And Royal Oaks were no stranger to this treatment. 14790 is kind of the ultimate step in Royal Oak's mid-sized take. One of the steps in popularizing the design was coming up with slightly smaller case sizes beyond the jumbo. $4,100 was kind of the first step. I don't think it was extremely popular, but 14790 was certainly an absolute hit. And it came in all the different variations that you don't even find in the world of quote-unquote jumbo, at least for the 4-digit reference, at least for the 5402. You have it with blue dials, classic blue dials, Yves Klein blue dials, coral red dials, Ferrari red dials, salmon dials, green dials, silver dials, in two-tone steel and 18-karat yellow gold, in two-tone tantalum and 18-karat pink gold. Just everything in between. This is one of my favorite examples. I know one that is priced to sell, JB. So if you are really interested, there's an example that is being sold actually by someone I know personally. It does have a damaged dial, no other cosmetic blemishes. I think it is still in a working condition. I know AP will probably charge you through the nose to change that dial if they can change it. But I'm pretty sure it can be restored to the perfect condition, and it's basically half the price, if not less, than what they are trying to sell these for. I'm a big fan of this two-tone treatment. I like it in the UTM chronograph as well. But of course, Royal Oak and Tantalum is a rare beast. There is a 56-175 Royal Oak Championship. That was the first watch made in collaboration with Nick Faldo, the famous golfer. but that's 33 millimeters, and that's a quartz powered watch. Again, tantalum is not exactly thousands and thousands of pieces in the world of Royal Oak, so it's always a great buy, I think, at the right price point. But because it's so rare, sometimes some of these examples are priced incredibly, with significant premiums, which I find a little unconscionable, which I find hard to justify. But this is a stunning watch. And yes, if you are at all interested in taking at least a look at the watch that my friend is selling, JB, let me know. I will send you a link. And I don't know, maybe we can even get a slightly better price for it. But I think it's really priced to go at this point. Yeah, honestly, I think when it comes to the 14790, I actually like the two-tone versions much better. I like the two-tone, stainless steel, yellow gold. I like the two-tone tantalum and pink gold. I like it more than the steel for the reduced size. For one reason or another, I don't know. Don't ask me. $21.19 is one of my favorite Vianney Alter watches of all time. This is a design that is part of the collaboration that Vianney Alter made with the American designer Jeffrey Barnes. Unfortunately, before the watches were produced in any significant numbers, the collaboration collapsed. It was even supposed to be its own brand, Halter Barnes. But anyway, I find the Vianney Alter Classique kind of like a steampunk version of the Cartier Pasha. It's like a edgier or even punk version simply of Gerard Janta's design for that vaguely nautical themed water resistant watch that he made for Cartier. In this case, you have those stylized T-bar lugs that in Cartier lingo would be called Vendôme lugs. You have a nice round case, which here is accentuated by polished gold beads on the bezel, which perhaps make it more perceptible as a porthole like design. Those beads are even carried over as both a decoration and a grip on the crown. The dial is beautifully finished with a frosted center, a mirror polished ring around it, beautifully satin brushed sector for hour and minutes, where The hours are actually first engraved and then filled with enamel. This piece is 36 millimeters in diameter and in pink gold. I think not made in more than 250 examples, perhaps, in all across all the different metals. Stylized blued steel hands with sweep center seconds, and the VH100 is actually a self-winding mechanism with that mystery rotor design. Oh no, that's crazy price, JB. I just got your DM through the Instagram. That's unacceptable. That's crazy. Crazy. I have seen it listed for $40,000, and I thought that was already too much. But yeah, that's just price gouging. What Analog Shift is doing there, it's unconscionable. We can't accept that. Let me send you the link for what I have in mind. Again, the dial is not necessarily in perfect condition, but the mystery rotor is kind of um, it might sound like a gimmick, let me put it this way, but I think in the way it's executed, I think it's actually quite beautiful because it allows you to both have the advantages of a self-winding piece, but it has basically an invisible sapphire crystal part, well, a significant part of it, except for what remains at the periphery and um, what pivots it. And it gives you basically a largely unimpeded view of the movement. So you get everything you get with a self-winding mechanism, and still the experience, the appreciation of the movement that you would get from a hand wound piece, because there's nothing that significantly obstructs your view of the movement. So Vienna Altairs Classique is an incredible piece of design, created again right at the turn of the millennium, around 2000, in collaboration with the American designer Jeffrey Barnes. The Halter Barnes collaboration did not last for very long, so these pieces were still produced by Vienna Alter, and I think are some of the best expressions of Vienna Alter's steampunk ideology, but also his great watchmaking at its barest essentials. This is lot 2119 with a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 25,600 to an amount in excess of 51,000 in US dollars. We're still looking at the Sotheby's Hong Kong auction, important watches, that is coming up on October 7th. We have two more Vienna Alter pieces and about 15 minutes to go, by the way. So just so you guys know, if you want to squeeze in another question, a general watch related question, or if you want to direct my attention to any of the specific lots, please feel free to send them in with a super chat. If you want to support the channel in any other way, the links are provided in the video description. They are, I'm also going to drop them in the chat. At any rate, if you just share the videos, spread the word about the channel, or simply click the like button on each and every content that you actually watch, that goes a long way. I really appreciate that. It helps a great deal. So please help me with that, if nothing else. I'll probably talk about 2-3 more pieces tonight and then call it, and we'll get back to this probably on Monday night. I might start a little later on Monday night, but I will still be here. The trio adopts the same kind of design approach. I have to admit that I'm not as big of a fan for this particular design. There are basically 4 portholes this time, the largest being for the hours and minutes. There's also one, a relatively small one, for the seconds, and then grand date, so to speak, a two guichet display for the date as well. This is again a pink gold piece, 44 by 32, kind of a nice block with a slightly curved design, which actually gives it much more of a tactile and much more of a tactile experience, probably, but also a look that is very 3D. So I appreciate that. Once again, this movement 2 is stunningly decorated and wound by the mystery rotor to precisely facilitate your view into that mechanism. And this particular watch at lot 2120, the Vienna Hotel Trio Grand Dates, part of the Future Past collection that was added at a much later point in 2007. And this piece has a pre-auction estimates that ranges roughly from $41,000 to an amount in excess of $61,000. There's a white gold version of the same watch, the Trio Grand Date, and roughly from year 2007. And as you guys probably have noticed, there is actually a very discreet porthole-like indication at the center of the dial, on the primary dial, that serves to separate day from night. I think this watch looks a little bigger, a little better with the pink gold look. I'm sure there's a yellow gold version as well. I think it looks a little more absurd, or maybe too dull in white gold, because in pink gold it looks like a barely shaped piece of gold, like a gold ingot. So that has a certain charm. Can't say that about the white gold necessarily, which has the same estimated value at lots 21, 23, ranging from 41,000 to 61,000 or more. At lots 21, 25, we have the Bulgari Octo Finissimo limited edition Flying Tourbillon with an open work dial and a DLC coated titanium case. The movement here is skeletonized, but of course not much different from the flying tourbillon movements we were just taking a look at in the marble OmniWatch auction. It's a beautiful execution of this ultra thin hand wound tourbillon movement. I actually like how those red accents that includes the minute track on the octagonal rejo of the watch and the skeletonized red hands sit against or pop off from the DLC coated titanium case and other blacked out details of the watch. As you can see, the piece is genuinely ultra thin. .40 millimeters. Here's a look at the movements from the back. And the movement itself is called, by the way, BVL268, SK for skeletonized. The piece is numbered on the crown, as you can see, numbered 28 for this particular piece. 28 out of 30 pieces made for this Bulgari Octofinissimo ultra thin flying tourbillon with a DLC coated titanium case and a skeletonized dial with red details. The estimated value of the watch is ranging from $38,000 roughly all the way up to $64,000. Okay, I want to talk about two more watches. Let's start with 2129. This is the 5970 in yellow gold. We were talking about the Lemania 2310 or Lemania CH27 earlier. The famous compact hand-wound chronograph column wheel chronograph movements that has been at the heart of many important watches of the 20th century. Generations of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs are included in that lineage, and the 5970 is the last generation of perpetual calendar chronographs that were built on the CH27 base that was later replaced with the CH29. And here you are looking at a 5970J. The case is 40 millimeters in yellow gold with an opaline white dial. Being the last generation of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs to feature the CH27 movement. It also happens to be the last to feature the hallmark of Geneva, the Geneva seal on the movement, which testifies to the highest standards with which it has been hand finished, assembled, and regulated. This looks like a particularly well preserved and delightful example. And it does come as a full set, which includes, as you can see, an additional supplemental case back in 18 karat yellow gold if you would like that additional heft, and a pin pusher as well for the corrections of the calendar. The estimated value of this piece ranges from roughly $102,000 to an amount in excess of 153,000 in US dollars. Bruce G went back and enjoyed your Blancpain comments. Seems like dollar for dollar, the swatch may be a better value. Hey, maybe. I'm not a big fan of the thrifty Fathoms either, but um, I'm not hating on it either, honestly. Again, for me, it's hard to be too spiteful against the popularization of a design that I genuinely hold dear. Um, I like it. I don't care if it's the first modern watch or not. I don't care if it's, if Swatch is necessarily doing the right things with the brand or not at this point in time. Um, for me, the 50 Fathoms will always be one of the best horological designs at all time of all time. I mean, of course, I put it a couple of notches below the AP Royal. I put it a little below the Rolex Submariner, but that doesn't say much because those other watches are not only genre defining, but perhaps transcendent. Whereas the Blancpain 50 Fathoms is just a damn good watch design. So speaking of the Royal Oak, that will be the last watch I will talk about tonight. We're looking at lot 2128. If you have any last minute questions, please squeeze it in with a super chat. If you have not done it so far, please hit the like button. As always, I'm grateful to you for your support and presence, but if you could spread the word about the channel, if you could share the videos with fellow watch collectors, your friends, family, everyone else, that would be very much appreciated. Love you all. Thank you especially to those of you who have contributed tonight to the charity effort: Nick Butter, Diego, the awesome Pawan, the original OC, Z-Man, 548 Vikings back to back, and Jake Brooks. It seems so far that Nick Butter as the first and Jake Brooks as the last are getting the numbers into the raffle, but those things might change at the last minutes. let me talk about lot 2128, which seems to be a pretty rare example of the jumbo. Uh, Yellow gold versions of the original AP Royal Oak, of the original Jarajanta design, are rare as it is. There are only 736 examples in existence. That's the number confirmed by AP. However, this watch is a little more special because it actually has a black dial with that classic petite tapisserie design, uh, diamond set at the factory with brilliant cut diamonds as our markers. And as it is usually with these jam set dials, the watch is matched with those baton hands rather than the classic Royal Oak handsets. This is a very rare example of a timeless classic. A design that looks every bit original, but also quite unique in the combination of materials, dial color, and the jam setting. Quite beautiful and discreet at the same time. Already quite rare, as I mentioned, being yellow gold. And that is intensified because of the black jam set dial with brilliant cut diamonds as our markers, which is original to the watch. The piece comes with an archival extract from Audemars Piguet, and at lot 2128, it has a pre-auction estimate of almost $77,000 to an amount in excess of 102,000. Bruce G, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Man, I didn't expect that we would get such nice contributions tonight. I really love this. Thank you. So, Bruce, you get number 10. I'm signing off. I don't think anyone will best you at the last seconds. Thank you. Terrific insights and perspective as usual. I really appreciate you, Bruce. Those are very generous words, very high praise coming from you as well. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. I will come back on Monday with the live show to get back to the important watches live stream, but we are going to be live from Steel Buffalo tomorrow in the afternoon, 1 p.m. my time, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. New York, smoking cigars with friends at Steel Buffalo Motors. And I'm actually going to interview a very special guest, Xav, who actually was part of the French Légion étrangère. This is going to be amazing. Of course, that's only one of the very exciting things that Xav has done with his life. He was also an action movie star, still a working actor, and a trainer, bike rider, and an all around badass. I very much look forward to talking with him. I'll see you then. Um, we'll talk about where we will go from there. Thank you, Absolute Bore. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you to Original OC and Diego for coming on the panel, for participating, and everyone else for chiming in the chats. And of course, for your generous contributions. As you know, until October 12th, these are all part of a charity efforts, part of the contributions that I'm raising, part of the funds that I'm raising for UNICEF, dedicated to, earmarked for the children who were affected by the natural disasters recently in Morocco, the earthquake, and in Libya from the floods. Thank you again. Please don't hesitate to hit the like button if you haven't already done so on your way out. I appreciate you, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, smoking cigars with friends. Take care.